check, 1, 2, mic check, power, hippo streams, pirates of the platform, home field 4, WRPF. Power, hippo streams, parts of the platform, 1, 2, mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, about to get underway, about 10 minutes out from the start time. If anyone's in the room already, you having a listen, let me know how I sound. Do you need me a little louder, a little quieter? You want more music, less music, more cowbell? Let me know in the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, about to get started here at day 2 of the 2025 Pirates of the Platform Powerlifting Meet, hosted by WRPF here in Lethbridge, Alberta. Getting things started with Mr. Don Bandman, coming at 82.5 kilos, 181.8 pounds. Good looking first squat there for Don. We'll see what the judges have to say. Going to be a miss on that one, unfortunately. 2 reds from the judges. All right, looks like he beat the command from the head judge there. Just talking to head judge there, getting some clarification on where he can improve. All right, after Don, going to have George Pinnell, followed by Sarah England and Taylor Morrow. George is going to be coming out to 95 kilos, 209.4 pounds for his opener. Competing in the men's Raw Master Division, 55 to 59 years old, 82.5 kilo class. There's a mouthful if you want to say the class after every athlete. There's a lot of detail in there. So, but yeah, that is George Pinnell's class. Just about ready for him here. Speedy squat there from George. 3 whites from the judges. That was an easy give there. Jumping up 5 kilos now. We're going to have Sarah England on her way out here. Sarah's going to be opening up with 100 kilos even. That's 220.46 pounds for her opener here. All right, bar is loaded. Here comes Sarah England. Nice, good looking deep squat there from Sarah. Judges should be 3 whites on that, and they are. Good looking squat. She's happy with that, bouncing her way back there. Sarah England getting that first squat into the books. Up next, Taylor Morrow. Taylor is going to be opening up with 115 kilos, 253.53 pounds. Here's Taylor getting set up. 253 pounds on the bar. Oh, kind of lost his control there. Looks like he came forward a little bit there. Maybe a little bit of core stability issues. But I'm no powerlifting coach, so don't listen to me. Going on next, Jody Workman. Coming in 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. All right, bars loaded. Here's Jody Workman. Good squat there for Jody. Look good to me. Judges agree. 3 whites. Coming up next, Tyler Brownfield, followed by Greg Alberts and Shane Bernard. While they're loading that up, give the first shout out to the sponsors here today in Lethbridge: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. Thank you to all the sponsors for making these meets possible. And bar is loaded for Tyler Brownfield. Going to be a miss there. 2 reds for Greg there. Sorry, that wasn't Greg. That was Tyler. Looks like he beat the commands there. A little too eager to get going there, so he's going to miss that one. Had the strength for it, but just got to slow it down and listen to the judge. Up next, Greg Alberts, followed by Shane Bernard and Ryan and Michael Woods. Then we'll be running back for Flight A round 2. Bar is loaded for Mr. Greg Alberts. All right, good catch from the spotters there. That's why I always give a shout out to our platform crew. They are literally saving serious injury and lives. Yeah, shout out to the platform crew. We got Ryan Jabs heading it up, Dave Blake on the left, Mackenzie on the right, Jocelyn on the arm there. So, yeah, thanks to the volunteers. Absolutely love having them around. Big help to these shows. But up next, Mr. Shane Bernard, coming out to 165 kilos, 363.76 pounds. Nice. Great looking squat there for Shane. Very good pace, hit depth, beautiful. Good work, Shane. All right, coming up next, we got Ryan. I'm going to say your last name wrong. Grabarczyk. I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. I could be wrong, but Ryan coming up next, 167.5 kilos, 369.27 pounds for his opener, followed by Michael Woods, then running it back for second attempts. Nice, good looking squat there for Ryan. Judges say it's good, getting those 3 whites. Up next, Michael Woods. Michael's going to be coming into 205 kilos, 451.95 pounds. All right, bars loaded from Michael Woods. All right, here's Michael Woods. All right, good push there from Michael. First squat of the day. It's good, getting 3 whites. All right, running it back now. Going to have Don Bandman coming out for his second attempt. He missed the 82.5 on the first attempt here. Go for some redemption. Going to try to lock in 181.9 pounds towards this total here today. Bar is loaded for Don Bandman. Yeah, he did jump the command on that first attempt there. Had the power for it, just a little eager. See if he can get it in the books for himself here. Just a little wobbly at the bottom there. Another shout out to the platform crew, keeping everybody safe there. Coming up next, loading up for George Pinnell. George is going with a 10-kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 231.49 pounds. Good looking squat from George Pinnell there. 3 whites. Dropping down the rack now for Sarah England, coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener. Gonna put her at 248 pounds. Good drive from Sarah there. Depth looked pretty good to me. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. Coming up next, Taylor Morrow. Missed his opener at 115. Go for some redemption here now. Going to try to lock in 253.53 pounds. Nice. There you go. Able to get that one back up. It's good. Getting 3 whites. All right. Coming up next, Jody Workman coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from his first attempt. Going to put him at 130 kilos, 286.6 pounds. Following him, we got Tyler Brownfield and Ryan Gabarczyk. I asked him how to say that when he came by the table, and I think I'm still saying it wrong. But Ryan is third up after Mr. Workman here. Nice, good depth on that one from Jody. Able to complete the squat, and judges say it's good. 3 whites. Good work, Jody. All right, coming up next, Tyler Brownfield. He did miss the 150 kilos on his first attempt, but he's feeling good. Going ahead with 162.5 kilos. I think he did miss the first one on just a rack command, so he did look strong. But this 12.5 kilo jump will put him in WRPF Canadian record territory for the men's Raw Masters division, if successful here. All right, looks strong for Tyler. Judges say, oh, unfortunately going to be a miss again. Dang, that's unfortunate. We'll see what he decides to do on this third attempt here. If it'll stay with the same weight or try to bump it up, we'll see. Till then, we got Ryan coming up next, 175 kilos loaded up for his second attempt. Going to be 385.81 pounds. Nice. Good controlled movement from Ryan there. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Coming up next, Shane Bernard, followed by Greg Alberts, then Michael Woods. And we'll be running it back for third attempts here in Flight A. Get a little halftime show of Dave Blake's wicked dance moves on the left hand of your screen there. Dancing some Limp Bizkit. Getting Shane ready for his walkout here. Shane Bernard, 391.32 pounds. Nice. Good push there from Shane. 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, we got Greg Alberts. Greg did miss 160 on the first attempt, but he's feeling confident enough to add 25 kilos to that. So he's coming into 407.85 pounds here for his second attempt. This will be a WRPF Canadian record attempt here for Greg, if successful. All right, just got stuck at the bottom there, unfortunately, for Greg. We'll get one more attempt here, 185. See how he does. All right, coming up next, Michael Woods. Go to the 10-kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 473.99 pounds. Stick and point at the bottom there for Michael. We'll get one more attempt, though, as we run it back now for final attempts for Flight A here this morning. First squats, Don Bandman. Final attempt at 82.5 kilos here. Gonna have to try to get behind him. Hopefully he can get this locked in towards his total today. right, bars loaded for Don Bandman. One of our most senior athletes here today, competing in the 70-year-old category, 70 to 74. 82.5 kilos, 181.8 pounds. All right, able to complete that one. Definitely wasn't there on depth, unfortunately for Don. Gonna miss it on the squats here, but still gonna go ahead. He's signed up for the individual lifts in both bench and deadlift later, so still gonna be able to get some points on the board there in a little bit. Till then, we're gonna have George Pinnell coming up next, followed by Sarah England and Taylor Morrow. And George is coming out to a 5-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 242.51 pounds. Nice, good deep squat there for George. Should put him 3 for 3, and it does. Successful lifts here this morning. Coming up next, we got Sarah England, 122.5 kilos for her final. That's 270.07 pounds. Not going to be there on that final one for Sarah, but was able to lock in 112.5 kilos on her second attempt. Going to be keeping the same weight on the bar here for Taylor Morrow, coming into 122.5 kilos, 270.07 pounds. Push. Nice. Good drive from Taylor there. 3 whites locking that in. All right, adding 20 kilos to Taylor's squat there. Jody Workman's going to be coming out to 314.16 pounds. Nice, good push through there for Jody, able to complete the lift. Getting 2 whites, it's good. Good work, Jody. Going 3 for 3 here this morning. Coming up next, Tyler Brownfield missed 162.5 on that second attempt. Gonna go for another one here. It should be a Canadian WRPF record if he is successful. Here's Tyler Brownfield. Push. All right, able to get that one completed. It's good. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Tyler Brownfield with a Canadian WRPF record. Congratulations. Greg Alberts coming up next in the same boat as Tyler Brownfield. Missed his first attempts. but he's currently in national record attempt category here. So if he can pull a Tyler Brownfield and get a third successful lift and a national record, it'll be a theme here today. We'll see what he can do. 187.5 kilos, 413.37 pounds. Go, Greg. No. Oh, I thought he was going to get it there. Good depth. Got stuck there on the way up. Unfortunately, going to be a miss for Greg. Good day nonetheless. Good attempts nonetheless. Shane Bernard up next, followed by Ryan and then Michael Woods. And then we'll be moving into Flight B, first attempts. But first, we got Shane Bernard, 187.5 kilos, 413.34 pounds. Let's go. Wow, that was a deep, deep squat for Shane. It's good. 3 lights going 3 for 3. Congrats, Shane. Good start for him today. Coming up next, Ryan Gabarczyk, 190 kilos, 418.9 pounds. Push. Got stuck there, unfortunately. Stuck with it, though. Able to lock in 175 kilos on that second attempt. Gets to put that towards his total here today. And last athlete for Flight A, Michael Woods. Coming for redemption on that 215 kilo. Missed it on the second attempt. Going to try to get it locked in here, 473.99 pounds. And then we'll move on to Flight B. And for those wondering, we will be moving through all squats this morning for all 4 flights. Flight A, B, C, D, all squats and all bench, and then all deadlift to end things off. Push. Attaboy. Good push through there for Michael Woods. It's good. Locking in that 215 kilos. Congratulations. All right, going to break the bar down now for Flight B as we get ready for those squats. Want to give another shout out to the sponsors here today. Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. And another shout out to the platform crew, all the judges, volunteers. Appreciate y'all coming out, making these events possible. Going to be Joshua Hines coming up first for Flight B squats, opening up at 120 kilos, 264.5 pounds. Going to be followed by Mike Alberts and Jerry Clark. looks like there was a bit of a mix-up. Joshua's bench and squat openers look like they got mixed up. So Joshua is supposed to be opening up with 195 kilos, not the weight that was on the bar there. So yeah, just a little mix-up with the openers there for Mike. That was Joshua. Joshua had 120. He was supposed to open up with 195, so a bit of a difference there. So they got that mixed up. That mix-up fixed now, and it'll be Mike Alberts coming up first. Mike's going to be coming out to that same weight, though, 120 kilos, 264.6 pounds. All right, healthy looking squat there for Mike. All right, gonna be a miss though. I missed it. It looks like it might have been a bit of a depth issue. Wasn't paying close attention. 2 reds on that one, but did look strong enough. We'll come back and hopefully lock that in on the second attempt. All right, so now it looks like they got the weights right for Joshua Hines here. His planned squat opener, 152.5 kilos, 336.2 pounds. Competing in the men's raw open 90 kilo division. Nice, good push from Joshua there. It's good, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, Jerry Clark, followed by Nicholas Butner and Calvin Larson. Jerry's going to be coming out 5 kilos heavier than Josh. That'll put him at 347.23 pounds for his opener. All right, bars loaded for Jerry Clark. Wow. He has fake weights on that bar. That was effortless from Jerry. Great first attempt for Jerry Clark there. All right, next up, Nicholas Butner coming out at 165 kilos. A little delay on the lights there, but obviously that was good. 3 whites from the judges. All right, bars loaded for Nicholas Butner, 363.8 pounds here. Smooth looking squat there for Nicholas. Oh, I missed it. He did miss the squat commands. Got 3 reds on that one. Did look strong enough, but yeah, gonna have to listen to those judges a bit closer, wait for those commands, and lock it in. Throwing on 2.5 kilos here for Calvin Larson. We're gonna be opening up with 369.27 pounds. All right, Calvin Larson, 369.3 pounds. Good looking squat there from Calvin. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Just needed a quick little adjustment on the rack height there and got him set up pretty good. Up next, we got Benjamin Wiseman, followed by Ben Brewer, and then Tristan Anderson. We'll be running it back after Tristan for second attempts. Benjamin's going to be opening up with 177.5 kilos, 391.32 pounds. Might have been a little high on that one. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah, gonna miss that one. I think it was depth. Just a couple more inches, he would have had it. Looked very strong, though. Coming up next, Ben Brewer, followed by Tristan Anderson. Ben's gonna be opening up with 220 kilos. That's 485 pounds. Ben Brewer, 485-pound opener. That was a good-looking squat to me from Ben Brewer. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. All right, up next, Tristan Anderson, 245 kilos, 540-pound opener. Able to push through there. Judges say it's good. 3 whites, locking in Tristan's first attempt. Good work. All right, running it back now. Second attempts, flight B, starting things off with Mike Alberts, followed by Joshua Hines and Nicholas Butner. Mike's going to be coming for redemption. Missed the 120 on that first squat. I think it was just jump to commands. I can't really remember. But coming back, hopefully going to be able to lock in 264.5 pounds. Look good. No. Yeah, looks like it was depth maybe. Looked okay to me, but I'm also not a judge. All right, so Mike's going to miss that one. One more attempt. Coming up next, Joshua Hines going with a 20-kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 172.5 kilos, 380.3 pounds. Push. Attaboy. Good work, Josh. Able to push through there, getting 3 whites. Coming up next, Nicholas Butner, followed by Benjamin Wiseman and Calvin Larson. Going to be keeping the weight the same here for Nicholas, bringing up the rack height a little bit for him. 380.3 pounds. Nicholas did miss 165 on his first attempt. Feeling good. Going to come back out a little heavier, and hopefully he can lock this in. Good looking squat there for Nicholas. Judges agree. 3 whites, locking that in. All right. I was calling this guy Benjamin. I think his name's Benjamin Wiseman coming up next. My apologies. Going to be going with the same weight, 177.5 kilos. Missing the first attempt, hoping to get it in here. 391.3 pounds. Speedy squat there, looking better. Judges say it's good, getting 3 whites. All right, up next, Calvin Larson, followed by Jerry Clark and Ben Brewer. And then Tristan Anderson will be rounding out second attempts. Going to be keeping the weight the same on the bar here for Calvin Anderson, 391.32 pounds. Here comes the second attempt. Good push through there for Calvin. It's good, getting 3 whites from the judges. All right, Jerry Clark up next, going to the big jump from his opener. Going to put him at 402.34 pounds here for a second attempt. Shout out to CJ for getting those cool chrome plates. Those are beautiful plates they're using here today. Here comes Jerry Clark, 402.34 pounds. Good looking movement there from Jerry. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. All right, gonna have Ben Brewer coming up next. Ben's going with a 17.5 kilo jump from his opener. Gonna put him at 523.6 pounds. Nice. Good looking squat there for Ben Brewer. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. And last attempt here for second squats in flight B, Tristan Anderson going with a 17.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 578.71 pounds. Good push from Tristan there, getting 3 whites from the judges, locking that in towards his total. All right, moving on to third attempts here for flight B. Going to have Mike Alberts having a bit of a tough time with this opener, 120 kilos. Going to try to lock it in here and put it towards his total here today, 264.55 pounds. Following him will be Nicholas Butner, Calvin Larson, and Joshua Hines. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah, going to be a miss again there. Not going to be able to lock that in, unfortunately. Maybe a bit of depth issue there. But I think he's continuing with the bench and deadlift after this, so let's see how he does there. Up next, Nicholas Butner going with a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 180 kilos, 396.8 pounds. Good push from Nicholas there, and it's good. 3 weights, locking in 180 kilos towards his total. And Calvin Larson coming up next with a 5 kilo jump from his second attempt. That'll put him just over 400, 402.34 pounds. Calvin loaded up, 402 on the bar. All right, it's good. Getting 2 weights there, locking it in. Coming up next, we have Joshua Hines. Joshua's coming out to it. No, it's a bigger jump than that. Yeah, 12.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 407.85. Sticking point at the bottom there, unfortunately. Was able to lock in 172.5 kilos, though. Gets to put that towards his total here today. And coming up next, Benjamin Wiseman coming into 190 kilos for his last lift of the day, 418.9 pounds. After him will be Jerry Clark, Ben Brewer, and then Tristan Anderson rounding out Flight B. Moving on to Flight C after that. There's Benjamin Wiseman getting 3 weights, locking in 190 kilos. Coming up next, Jerry Clark coming out to a healthy jump here. Going to be going for the WRPF Canadian record attempt in the men's Raw Masters division, 50 to 54 years old, 100 kilos, 212.5 kilo attempt, 468.48 pounds. That was a mouthful of information. But yeah, WRPF Canadian record inbound. Push. Atta boy, Jerry. That should be good. Jerry Clark with a WRPF Canadian record. 3 for 3 for Jerry. Beautiful squats this morning. Very strong. Congratulations. 2 more athletes left here in Flight B. Ben Brewer coming up first. 15 kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 252.5 kilos, 556.7 pounds. All right, Ben Brewer, 556.7 pounds. All right, beautiful push there for Ben. It's good, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, Tristan Anderson, last athlete here in Flight B, going with a 272.5 kilos. That is 600.8 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Tristan Anderson. Nice. Great push through there for Tristan, going 3 for 3, locking in a 600-pound squat. Beautiful. All right, they're going to break the bar down here and going to take a little 2-3 minute break. Athlete or platform crew just need a quick little break. So they're going to break that down, get ready, and then we'll be going with Flight C for their first attempts. In Flight C, we're going to have Ty Penner, Stephen Scram, Richard Bilsma, Thomas Byam, Jason Roulette, Ronald Hagen, and Alexander Scory rounding out the fleet there for Flight C. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. platforms ready for Ty Penner. First squat of the day for him, 180 kilos, 396.8 pounds. Speedy descent there, looking very strong for Ty. The judges say it's good, getting 3 whites. Gonna have Richard Bilsma coming up next, followed by Thomas Byam and Jason Ouellette. Richard's gonna be coming out to 200 kilos even, 440.9 pounds. And bar is loaded for Richard. Here we go. Wow. Put some weight on that bar. That was impressive. Good work. Coming up next, Thomas Byam, 245 kilos, 540.13 pounds here for his opener. Bars loaded. Thomas Byam, 540-pound opener here for him. Good looking squat there for Thomas, making 540 pounds look easy. Up next, Jason Ouellette, followed by Ronald Hagen and Alexander Scory. Will round out first attempts of Flight C. Jason's going to be coming to 260 kilos, 573.2 pounds. Nice, healthy looking squat there for Jason. It is good. 2 white lights, locking that in. All right, coming up next, Ronald Hagen. Ronald's going to be coming out for a national WRPF record attempt here for his opener at 277 kilos, 610.7 pounds. This will be the WRPF record for the men's single ply masters division, 50 to 54 years old. All right, was just trying to fix one of the bar collars there fell apart, so just getting that tightened up for the crew, but got Ronald Hagen, WRPF Canadian record attempt here. broke yesterday too, same thing. Time to get a new one. Beautiful. All right, good push for Ronald. Close on depth, but I think he got it. Let's see what the judges say. Nah. No lift. All right, Ronald's going to be get another chance on that one there. Just a little bit more depth, I think he'll have it. And last athlete of Flight C round one's Alexander Scory. Alex is coming out to 357.5 kilos. That's 788.15 pounds. 788.15 pounds for his opener. All right, looks like there was a misload on the bar there, getting that fixed up. All right, got some extra people on the platform crew here to help Corey out. 800, almost 800 pounds, sorry, 788. Hannah, you're in the way. All right, Alexander Scory, 788 pounds. Wow. That was way too easy. 788 pounds, moving like butter for Alexander Scory's opener. Good work. All right, since this is a smaller flight, there's only 6 athletes here. We got to just slow things down a little bit, so that we're going to start a 4-minute timer after each set of rounds here for squats. So Ty Penner will be up next after a few minutes. Then Richard Bilsma and Thomas Byam. While we're waiting for that timer, give another shout out to all the sponsors here today at the 2025 Pirates of the Platform: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. Without the support of all the lovely sponsors, these events would not be possible. Same goes for the platform crew, all the volunteers, everyone behind the scenes making these events possible. Thank you so much. But yeah, we'll take that little breaky poo and we'll be right back. Bars loaded. Let's get ready for second attempts of flights here. Starting off with Mr. Ty Penner, 192.5 kilos, 424.4 pounds. Good lift for Ty Penner. Richard Bilsma coming up next. His second attempt, adding 12.5 kilos to his first attempt, putting him at 468.5 pounds. Good push from Richard there, getting 3 whites from the judges, locking that in. Coming up next, Thomas Byam, followed by Ronald Hagen and Jason Roulette, and then Alexander Scory. Thomas is going to be coming out to a 15-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 573.2 pounds. Speedy squat for Thomas there. The judges say it's good, giving him 3 weights, locking in 573 pounds. Up next, Ronald Hagen coming out, rocking the same weight as the first attempt here. Going to try to get locked in with 610.68 pounds. And yeah, this will be a Canadian WRPF record here if you can lock it in for the men's single ply masters 50 to 54 110 class. All right, bars loaded for Ronald Hagen. Missed it on the first attempt there. I think it was depth, if I remember correctly. So he's going to get another chance here. Hopefully lock in this Canadian record for himself. We got Big Brad Shepard here helping out with the loading, as well as Daryl Patisse, some of the strongest men in Alberta, coming out here to help out today. Brad actually broke the Canadian record for a squat and a meet here, I think 2 years ago, if not last year. I forget exactly. If you remember, let me know in the chat. But yeah, Brad broke that here at Pirates of the Platform. All right, looks like he wasn't too happy with that position when he picked it, so dropped it back down. Going to find his groove here and give this another attempt. No, something's off with him there. Not feeling it. We'll see. No, something's off there. Not feeling it. I'm not sure what it is, unfortunately. Gonna get another attempt here shortly. Until then, we got Jason Roulette coming up next. He's going with a 22.5 kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 622.81 pounds. Jason Ouellette. Nice. Good push from Jason there. Judges say it's good. Getting 2 whites. Locking that in. All right. The last athlete, a second attempts here in flight C, Alexander Scory. Coming out to a 22.5 kilo jump from his opener. That's going to put him at 838 pounds. 838 pounds for Mr. Alexander Scory. Bars loaded for Alexander Scory. 838 pounds on the bar. Let's go, Alex. Wow. With no hesitation on the way up. Gonna miss it. Looks like it was depth, but holy macaroni, that was strong. 840 pound squat is good in the gym, but with powerlifting, you gotta be perfect. So a little bit more depth, and I'm sure he's gonna be able to lock that in. Unreal. Unreal. Coming up next, Ty Penner. Going to be coming out for his third and final squat attempts, but as we mentioned, since this is a smaller flight, there will be a few minute break here. So we'll give them a couple minutes. Just we want to make sure we don't go too fast and the athletes don't get enough time to kind of warm up out back and such. So about a 4-minute break here before we start third and final attempt. So stay tuned. right, we're about 30 seconds out from getting started up here with the third and final attempts of Flight C. Before we do, I want to give another shout out to all the sponsors here today: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road, Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels, Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. All right, bars loaded for Ty Penner. 205 kilos here for his last attempt, 451.95 pounds. Push. Not going to be there for Ty on that last attempt. Was able to lock in 192.5 kilos on that second attempt, though, to put that towards his total here today. Up next, Richard Bilsma. He's going with a 10-kilo jump from his second attempt. That will put him at 490.53 pounds. Here's Richard Bilsma. All right, good push from Richard there. That's good. 3 whites, locking in 222.5 kilos. Coming up next, Thomas Byam. Thomas is coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. That'll push him just over 600 at 600.76 pounds for his last squat of the morning. Push. Nice. Good follow through for Thomas there. Locking that in, getting 3 whites. Going 3 for 3 on squats this morning. All right, up next, Ronald Hagen. Coming out of that 277 kilo attempt. Trying to lock in the WRPF Canadian record here for the men's single ply Masters Division 50 to 54. See if he can lock it in here this time. All right, was a little bit of a misload there, but we're sorted now. Ronald is coming out to a loaded bar with 611.78 pounds. All right, they were just discussing the time ran out for his attempt, but they forgot to stop the time when they misloaded the bar. So gonna let him go here. Should still be good to go. Ronald's able to follow through there. We'll see what the judges saw. It's good. Attaboy Ronald. Stuck with it, and he's able to lock that out and get that towards his total. All right, Alexander Scory coming up next. Going the same way, 380 kilos, 838 pounds. He did miss it. I think it was depth on the last one there. Looked very strong. Going to keep the weight the same and see if he can sink this in 838-pound deadlift. Bars loaded for Alexander Scory, 838-pound squat attempt. Unreal how easy he makes 840 pounds look. And it's good. 838-pound squat. 838-pound squat. It's good. 3 whites. Beautiful work from Alexander Scory. All right, we're moving along pretty quick here. So we're going to be taking a scheduled 5-minute break here before we move into Flight D for squats. When we get into that, Jeff Nikolachuk will be first, followed by Steven Scram and Chase Randall. So stay tuned. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. right, that's going to be time for our break here before we start Flight D. Round 1 squats. Starting things off with Jeff Nikolachek, 177.5 kilo opener. That's 391.32 pounds. Good looking, speedy, deep squat for Jeff there. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites, locking in 391 pounds. Up next, we got Steven Scram, coming up 182.5 kilos, 402.34 pounds. Following him will be Chase Randall, Zachary Hassman, and Eli Magia. I'm going to say that wrong. Sorry, Eli. Right, here we go, Steven Scram. All right, good push for Steven there. Making 400 pounds look easy for his opener. 3 whites. Gonna have Chase Randall coming up next, 185 kilos. That's 407.85 pounds for his opener. All right, bars loaded for Chase. Speedy squat for Chase there. Look good to me, and judges agree. 3 whites. Coming up next, Zachary Hassman's coming into 202.5 kilos. That's 446.4 pounds for his opener. After him will be Eli, followed by Braden and William. Nice. Beautiful, healthy squat for Zachary Hassman there. Locking that in. Gonna have Eli coming up next. 7.5 kilos heavier than Zachary's opener. That puts him at 462.97 pounds. Bars loaded for Eli. All right, just asking for the racks to be out here for his positioning. healthy push from Eli there. Judges agree. 3 whites. Up next, we got Braden Katowski. Braden's coming into 215 kilos, 473.9 pounds. All right, here's Braden loading up under 474 pounds. Easy peasy for Braden. Locking that in, 3 whites. Up next, we got William Green, followed by Kevin Dixon, Brad Damon, and then Adam Kennedy rounding out the first attempts here. Williams coming out to 220 kilos, 485.02 pounds. Williams just requesting the hooks come in for him. For those at home that aren't too sure, it's just, as you can see, where the barbell sits on the hooks that come down from the monolift there. Some people prefer to have them closer together. Some people prefer to have them further apart, just based on their hand positioning, shoulder width, so on and so forth. So it's a nice little adjustment they can make to get the best setup for their squat possible. And that's all William was requesting there. So if you see that today, that's all it is. Nice, good push from William there. 3 whites. Got Kevin Dixon coming up next. Kevin's going to be opening up with 252.5 kilos. That's 557 pounds for his opener. Beautiful squat for Kevin there, getting 3 white lights. Locking in 557 pounds for his opener. Coming up next, Brad Damon opening up with a 300 kilo even squat. That's 661.39 pounds. Brad's competing in our multi-ply category. That means he's wearing a special squat suit. That should help him get a little bit more out of his squat here. And as we mentioned there earlier, just a quick adjustment on the hooks for Brad here. early ascent there for Brad. It's good. Getting 3 whites from the judges. Good work, Brad. And last athlete for Flight D for squats, Adam Kennedy. Adam's going to be coming out 5 kilos heavier than Brad Damon. Going to put him at 672.41 pounds. Adam will not be wearing a suit. He will be competing raw, as they say, but with wraps here for his squat attempt. Nice. Good push for Adam there. 3 whites, locking in 672 pounds for his total. Moving on now to second attempts for Flight D here. We're going to have Jeff Nikolacek coming up first. 190 kilos. It's a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 418.88 pounds. All right, Bart is loaded for Jeff here. 418.9 pounds. All right, beautiful push there from Jeff, getting 3 whites from the judges. All right, Steven Scrams coming up next. 195 kilos, 17.5 kilo jump. No, that's not right either. 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 195 kilos, 429.9 pounds. Nice, good push from Steven there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, Chase Randall's coming into a 15 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 440.92 pounds for his second attempt. After Chase, we're going to have Zachary Hassman, Eli, and William Green coming out for their attempts. Chase Randall, 200 kilos even, 441 pounds. All right, healthy looking squat there from Chase. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. bars loaded for Zachary Hassman. 215 kilos, 474 pounds. Nice. Good push from Zach there. Looked very good. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. Going to be setting up for Eli next. Eli's going 5 kilos heavier than Zach did. That puts him at 485 pounds for his second attempt. Looks like a little missed groove there. Wants the hooks out a little bit further for himself. Gonna accommodate that request here. Get him ready. All right, healthy looking squat for Eli. It's good, getting 3 whites. Coming up next, we're going to have William Green, followed by Braden Gutowski and Kevin Dixon. All right, William Green is going to be coming out to a 10-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 507.1 pounds. Nice. Good squat there from William. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Bars loaded for Braden here, 524 pounds loaded up. Squat there for Braden. Beautiful. 3 whites. Healthy squat there from Braden. Coming up next, we're going to have Kevin Dixon. Kevin's coming out to a 25-kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 611.8 pounds. Good push from Kevin there, getting 3 whites. Coming up next, we got Brad Damon coming out to a 20-kilo jump from his opener. Going to put him at 705.5 pounds for his second attempt. Following him will be Adam Kennedy. Then we're going to run it back for third and final attempts of squats. Then we'll be taking a little break, moving into bench press. So stay tuned. Got a little bit to go before we're there. Until then, Brad Damon, multiply open category, 140 plus. Going to be squatting 705.5 pounds. Three weights. It's good. 705 pounds. Locked in for Brad. Coming up next, Adam Kennedy. Adam's going to be coming out to a 22.5-kilo jump from his opener. That'll be 722 pounds. Little misgroove there, not feeling that pick. Gonna get a little reset here. He's got 722 pounds on his back. Gonna let the man take his time. Little wobbly at the bottom there, lost control. Shout out to the platform crew, spotters, keeping him safe there on that attempt. He will get one more attempt here. Going to get a little break and hopefully come back out and get that one racked in. Going to be starting things over with Jeff Nikolachuk coming out, 15-kilo jump from his second attempt. That's going to put him at 452 pounds. All right, we're ready to go. Final squat flight of the day, flight D. Jeff Nikolachuk coming out, 452 pounds.
Go, Mackenzie, go. Go, Mackenzie, go. Mackenzie, the jackhammer.
All right, let's go, Jeff. Nice, good push there from Jeff. Getting 3 whites from the judges. here comes Chase Randall, 468.5 pounds. Loaded up for his final attempt. Good squat there for Chase, locking in 3 weights. Coming up next, Stevens coming at 215 kilos, 474 pounds. Didn't look too happy with that. You can see the head shake on the way up. Missed a little bit of depth there. Was able to lock in 195 kilos on that second attempt, though. Still get to take that home. Coming up next, Zachary Hassman's coming out to a 10-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 496 pounds for his final squat of the day. Following Zachary, you got Eli, William Green, and then Braden. Not feeling it on that one, but shout out to one of the best platform crews in the world, keeping the athletes safe here today. Zachary was able to lock in 215 kilos on that second attempt. Take that guy home today. Up next, we got Eli's coming out to a 10-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 507 pounds. Bars loaded for Eli here. Nice. Beautiful movement there from Eli. That was a great squat. It's good. 2 weights. Lock it in, 230 kilos, going 3-4-3 on his squats. Good work, Eli. Up next, we got William Green with a 10-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 529.11 pounds here. Nice, healthy squat there from William Green, looking good. Coming up next, Braden Katowski coming out to an even 250 kilos, 551.15 pounds. little squat from Braden. Good depth there. It's good. 3 whites. Going 3 for 3 on squats this morning. Good work, Braden. Coming up next, Kevin Dixon coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. This will be a WRPF Canadian record attempt here for Kevin in the men's raw master 50 to 54 125 kg class with 628.32 pounds.
This screw from the collar keeps coming out.
Having some issues with one of the collars there. One of the screws keeps falling out on the lever, and then they're unable to tighten or loosen off the collar accordingly. So looks like they just switched back to a different set. And now we are all ready for Kevin Dixon's Canadian WRPF squat record attempt here. Nice, good push from Kevin Dixon. It's good. That's a Canadian WRPF squat record for Kevin. Congratulations. Also 3 for 3 on squats today. All right, Adam Kennedy's coming up next. Missed this number on his second attempt, but going for it here again. 722.01 pounds. for Adam's last squat of the day. Following him will be Brad Damon, and then we'll be wrapping up squats, breaking things down, getting ready for bench press. But first up, Adam Kennedy. Crowd getting behind him here, getting Adam fired up. 722 pounds. Unfortunately, not going to be there for Adam on that one, unfortunately. Was able to lock him. 305 kilos on that first attempt, though. And then once again, shout out to our lovely platform crew for keeping Adam safe and keeping him going for another set of lifts. Coming up next, Brad Damon going with a 30-kilo jump from his second attempt. And that'll put him at 771.62 pounds. Nice. Able to push through there. It's good. Brad Damon locking in 771.6 pounds. Congratulations. All right, that means we are going to break things down here now and get ready for the bench press portion of the day. So we're going to be taking a about 25-minute break or so. We should be back around 11:35, 11:40, somewhere in there. Until then, I'll give another shout out to the sponsors here today. Logic Lumber, who's actually Kevin Dixon that was just squatting with us. Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada Lethbridge, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. So we'll be back shortly. Stay tuned. About 11:35-ish, we'll be ready to go. just about ready to get started with the bench press portion of the 2025 Pirates of the Platform meet here. They were just finishing taking apart the monolift there, which is quite noisy, so they just finished up. We're ready to get going here. Going to be starting off bench press attempts with Sarah England. Coming into 55 kilos loaded on the bar, 121.25 pounds. Just about ready to get started here. All right, platform is ready. All right, good looking press there from Sarah, getting 3 whites from the judges. Locking that in. Got Dawn Bandeman coming up next. Dawn's going to be opening up with 70 kilos, 154.32 pounds. As mentioned, he's in our 70 to 74-year-old category. Love to see it. You got children out here competing yesterday in the deadlift competition, and now 70-year-old Dawn Bandman out here just killing it. Let's go, Dawn. Good press from Dawn there. Judges say it's good. 2 whites. Locking that in. All right, coming up next, Taylor Morrow. Taylor's coming out to the same weight as Dawn, 70 kilos, 154.32 pounds. Bars loaded for Taylor. Good looking press for Taylor there. Oh, gonna be a miss. I beat the rack command. Didn't wait for the command for the judge, so he's gonna miss that one, unfortunately. We're gonna load up now for Jody Workman. They're gonna add 20 kilos from Taylor's attempt. That'll put Jody at 198.42 pounds. Bar is loaded for Jody Workman here. All right, good press for Jody there. Looks good. 3 whites. Up next, we got Greg Alberts. Greg's coming out to the same weight as well, 90 kilos, 198.42 pounds. Good press from Greg there. Getting 3 whites from the judges. Up next, we got Tyler Brownfield. Tyler's coming into 97.5 kilos, 215 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Tyler here. Good push from Tyler there. The judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites for Tyler there. And keeping the weight the same on the bar. Coming up next, George Pinnell, 97.5 kilos, 215 pounds. Looks like there's just a little bit of a mix-up with the weights. It was the number was higher than they anticipated. Not sure what happened, but the coach came around, got him to drop it down. It's supposed to be 87.5 kilos. 192.9 pounds. Easy opener for George there, locking that in. All right, Andrew Fath coming up next. 100 kilo opener for him, 220.46 pounds. Here's Andrew Fath. All right, good looking press there for Andrew Fath. Getting 2 whites. Gonna have Shane Bernard coming up next. Shane's coming into 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds. All right, good looking press there from Shane. Getting 3 whites. Coming up next, we got Ryan. Ryan's coming in 127.5 kilos, 281.1 pounds. All right, here we go, Ryan. 281.1 pounds. Beautiful looking bench there for Ryan. Should be good. Yeah, 3 whites for the judges. That means we got Michael Woods coming up next. He's going to be opening up with 145 kilos, 319.7 pounds. Nice, good looking press there for Michael. Judges say it's good, getting 2 whites. All right, running it back now. Second attempts for flight A. Sarah England's going to be coming out to a 5 kilo jump from her opener. Going to put her at 132.28 pounds. All right, good work from Sarah there. The judges say it's good, getting 3 whites. All right, Don Bandman's coming out next. 72.5 kilos, going to put him at 159.8 pounds. All right, here's Don Bandman. All right, good push from Don there. Going to be a miss, unfortunately. Does get 1 more attempt, though. Until then, Taylor Morrow is going to be coming out. 7.5 kilo jump. He did miss 70 on the first attempt, but feeling good. Going to come out, add 7.5 kilos, and put him at 170.86 pounds. Waited for the rack command there. Looked a lot better. It's good. 3 whites. Good work, Taylor. Got George Pinnell coming up next. George went with a 5 kilo jump from his opener, and that'll put him at 203.93 pounds. Good looking bench for George. Judges agree. 3 white lights. Jody Workman's going to be coming up next. 5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 209.4 pounds. All right, here's Jody Workman. All right, good push from Jody there. Judges agree. 3 white lights. Up next, Greg Alberts coming out to 100 kilos even, putting him at 220.46 pounds. All right, good work for Greg. It's good. Get 3 whites. All right, Tyler Brownfield coming up next. 105 kilos, 231.5 pounds. Still grinding, but won't be there, unfortunately. Gonna miss 105 there on the second attempt. Still gets one more try, though. Hopefully, be able to lock it in on the third here. Gonna be keeping the weight the same here for Andrew Fath, coming at 231.5 pounds for a second attempt. Look good to me. Judges agree. 3 white lights for Andrew. Loading up to 112.5 kilos now for Shane Bernard. He's coming out to 248 pounds. All right, good looking bench from Shane Bernard there. 3 whites, locking that in. Coming up next, we got Ryan coming at 135 kilos, 298 pounds. good looking bench for Ryan there. Getting 3 whites from the judges, locking in 135 kilos. Up next, Michael Woods rounding out second attempts here for Flight A. He'll be running it back after him. He's coming into a 5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 150 kilos, 330.69 pounds. Good press there for Michael. It's good, locking in 150 kilos towards his total here. Breaking down the bar now, getting ready for final attempts here. Sarah England coming out first. 10 kilo jump from her second attempt, going to put her at 154.3 pounds. Got stuck there, unfortunately, but we'll get another attempt here shortly. All right, Don Bamman coming out for his final attempt. Missed this on his second attempt, but going for it again here, 159.8 pounds. Hoping he'll be able to get that towards his total here. Able to push through there, but I think he might have missed the rack command. Yeah, gonna be a miss there. He was able to lock in 70 kilos on his first bench though, so gets to put that towards his total. Coming up next, Taylor Morrow. Taylor's going with a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. Pardon me, his second attempt, putting him at 187.4 pounds. Nice, good push there from Taylor. It's good, 3 whites. Coming up next, George Pinnell, 100 kilos even, 220.46 pounds. Nice. Good grind there from George. Able to get 3 whites, putting that towards his total. Coming up next, we got Jody Workman coming in at 102.5 kilos, 225.97 pounds. Let's go, Jody. Follow through. Unfortunately lost it there. Was able to lock in 95 kilos on his second attempt, though. All right, keeping the weight the same, 102.5 kilos. Got Greg Alberts coming out for his final attempt as well. Let's go, Greg. Unfortunately, won't be there. He was able to lock in 100 kilos, though. Coming up next, Tyler Brownfield's coming in at 105 kilos. Missed it on his second attempt, but hoping to lock it in here and put 231.5 pounds towards his total. Won't be there today for Tyler, unfortunately. Did get 97.5 kilos on that first attempt, though. All right, last attempt for Andrew Fath. 120 kilos, 264.6 pounds. Like it bounced off his chest there. I think that's what might have took it away from him, unfortunately. Loading up for Shane Bernard. Shane's coming out to the same weight, 120 kilos, 265 pounds. Good push from Shane there, able to follow through. It's good, 3 whites. Putting Shane 3 for 3 on deads. Coming up next, Ryan Grabajic, coming out 140 kilos, 5 kilos over his second attempt. Putting him at 308.65 pounds here. Let's go, Ryan. Finish it. Let's go. Almost, but just couldn't finish it up there. Great attempt, though. Love that grind. We'll get 135 kilos towards his total, though. Up next, Michael Woods, last athlete for Flight A in the bench press here this morning. 155 kilos, 342 pounds. Michael Woods. Sticking point there, unfortunately, not able to get 155 kilos. Did get 150 on his second attempt, though, so don't miss that one. Going to be starting off Flight B next, though. Going to have Lloyd Procure coming up first. Lloyd's going to be coming out to a national record attempt, the WRPF Men's Raw Masters, 70 to 74 years old. This will be a Canadian record, 50 kilos, 110 pounds. Bar is ready for Lloyd. Coming out to a WRPF Canadian record attempt here. Nice. Good push, Lloyd. Judges, he might have missed. Sounds like he might have missed a start command on that one, unfortunately. But he will get 2 more tries at it here. Coming up next, Mike Alberts, 72.5 kilos, 159.8 pounds. Good push from Mike there. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Gonna have Nicholas Butner coming up next, 87.5 kilos, 159.8 pounds. Bars loaded for Nicholas Butner.
Not with that attitude. You got a 15-foot athlete coming out here, man. Don't worry about it.
All right, bar is loaded for Josh Hines, 120 kilos, 264.55 pounds. All right, easy money for Josh there, looking very strong. It's good, getting 2 weights. Up next, Jerry Clark, coming in 125 kilos for his opener. That's going to be 275.6 pounds. Jerry Clark, 125 kilos. All right, good push from Jerry, looking strong, 3 weights. Here's Calvin Larson, 276 pounds. Good looking press there from Calvin. Getting 3 whites from the judges. It's good. Coming up next, Benjamin Wiseman, 142.5 kilo opener, putting him at 314.2 pounds. Good push from Benjamin there. 142.5 kilos in the books. That means Tristan Anderson, 172.5 kilos for his opener. That's 380.3 pounds. Good press by Tristan Anderson there, getting 3 white lights. Up next, last athlete to take his first attempts here in Flight B, Ben Brewer. Ben's coming out to the same weight Tristan did, 380.3 pounds. Healthy looking press there for Ben with 380 pounds. The judges say. Just waiting on the judges. It's good, 3 whites. All right, gonna run it back here now. Second attempts for flight B, Mr. Lloyd Procure coming out to that 50 kilo attempt. He did get it technically on the first lift, but I can't remember. I think he beat the rack command, so they never gave it to him. Coming out same weight, trying to get on the WRPF Canadian record books here for himself. All right, let's go, Lloyd. Let's get you in the record books here with the WRPF. All right, Lloyd Procure coming out 3 whites, getting his name in the WRPF Canadian record books. Congratulations. Mike Alberts coming up next with a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 176.4 pounds. All right, platform is ready for Mr. Mike Alberts. Nice. Good work, Mike. 80 kilos is good, getting 3 whites from the judges. Up next, we got Nicholas Butner. After him, Calvin Larson, then Josh Hines. Nicholas is coming out to 92.5 kilos. 5 kilos over his opener. Didn't get the opener, but feeling good. Gonna add 5 kilos anyway and see how we do. Good looking press from Nicholas there. It's good. 2 whites. Coming up next, Calvin Larson. Calvin's coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 292 pounds. Good push through there for Calvin, getting 132.5 kilos. Unfortunately, no. Going to be 2 reds on that one. Sounds like maybe his bum might have come off the platform a little bit. Sorry, off the bench. Sounds like that'll be why. Coming up next, Joshua Hines. Josh is coming out to a 15 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 298 pounds. push for Josh there. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites. Coming up next is Jerry Clark. Jerry's going to be coming out to a WRPF Canadian record attempt here for the men's masters division. Going to be 142.5 kilos. That's 314.16 pounds. Got it. I think he jumped the he jumped the press command there. Got a little too excited. Looks super easy. That looked good, but yeah, you gotta wait for the judges' commands. Up next, Benjamin Wiseman. He is coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump, putting him at 341.72 pounds for Benjamin. All right, good looking press for Benjamin. Survey says it's good. 3 whites. Congratulations. Up next, Tristan Anderson, followed by Ben Brewer. They will be running it back for 3rd bench attempts here for Flight B. But Tristan's going to be coming out to 177.5 kilos. That's 391.32 pounds. Healthy looking press from Tristan there, looking very strong. Judges agree for 3 white lights. Good work, Tristan. Next up, Ben Brewer. Ben's coming into 185 kilos, 407.85 pounds. Good press from Ben Brewer there, getting 3 white lights. All right, Lloyd's coming back out for his final attempt. He did break the WRPF record on his 2nd attempt there. Feeling pretty good. He's going to add 5 kilos to that to try to add on to his currently standing record and make it 121.25 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Mr. Lloyd Procure. As mentioned, Lloyd's in our 70 to 74-year-old category. I'd be happy to be alive at that age, let alone benching over 100 pounds. So let's go, Lloyd. Let's go. Almost had it, but yeah. Still got the WRPF Canadian record today, so good start for Lloyd nonetheless. Let's hopefully see him next year come out and actually get that 55 in the books for himself as well. Until then, it's Mike Albert's chance to come out for another WRPF Canadian record here in the men's raw open push-pull 82.5 class category. Let's go, Mike. Unable to get that one in there. He was able to get 80 kilos on that second attempt, and he can throw that towards the total here. Up next, we got Nicholas Butner, followed by Calvin Larson and Josh Hines. Nicholas is coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 100 kilos even. That's 220.46 pounds. Going to be there for Nicholas, unfortunately. Good attempt, though. Calvin Larson coming up next. Nice. Able to follow through there with that one. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites. Got some redemption on that one there for Calvin Larson. Up next, Josh Hines coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 325.18 pounds. Josh is successful with this bench press attempt, it'll push him from second to first place in his category. It's going to be there for Josh, unfortunately. Was able to lock in 135 kilos on that second attempt, though. And coming up next, Jerry Clark. Coming out to 150 kilos. He did miss 142.5 on that second attempt. I can't remember if it was a timing issue or not, but he felt good. Went back, added 7.5 kilos to that attempt, which now gives him 330.69 pounds, which is a WRPF Canadian record for his category. All right, good press from Jerry there. Unfortunately, not going to be a lift. He beat the rack command, I guess. So, had the strength for it, but just had to clean it up a little bit for the judges. Hopefully, he comes out next year and is able to get that. Up next, we got Benjamin Wiseman coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 358.25 pounds. Good looking press from Benjamin Wiseman there. Judges say it's good, giving him 2 whites. Coming up next, we got Mr. Tristan Anderson, followed by Ben Brewer. Tristan's coming out to a 5 kilo jump from his second attempt. Going to put him at 402.34 pounds. Push, Tristan. Nice. Great follow through on that bench rep. Oh, gonna miss it though. It's always heartbreaking to see a good grind and then not get it. Unfortunate miss for Tristan Anderson there. Sounds like it was his butt that come off the bench, unfortunately, so he's gonna miss that one. But coming up next athlete, Ben Brewer. All right, Ben Brewer's coming up 202.5 kilos. That's 446.44 pounds here for Ben's last press of the day. And then we're going to be starting it off with Flight C. We're not taking a break before Flight C. But until then, let's get our support behind Mr. Ben Brewer with a 446-pound raw bench press. Let's go. Nice. Good work, Ben. Able to follow through there. Judges say it's good. 3 white lights. Ben Brewer locking in a beautiful bench press there. Starting off Flight C. Flight C is going to be starting off with Chad Yarmoli. I might have said that wrong. My apologies. Followed by Ty Penner and Richard Bilsma. Chad's going to be coming out to 100 kilos even. That'll be 220.46 pounds. platform is loaded for Chad. Coming into 220.46 pounds. All right, 3 weights for Chad there on that one. Mackenzie just requesting a height change on the bench for when Chad comes back out. Up next, Ty Penner. Ty's coming into 100 kilos even as well, 220.5 pounds. Easy money for Ty Penner there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Up next, we're going to have Richard Bilsma with 102.5 kilos, followed by Jason Ouellette and Serge Lefebvre. Richard's coming out to 102.5 kilos, as I mentioned, 225.97 pounds. Beautiful start for Richard there, locking in 226 pounds for his opener. Up next, Jason Ouellette, 165 kilos for his opener, 363.76 pounds. All right, here's Jason, 165 kilos, 363.8 pounds. All right, good work, Jason. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites on that one. Here comes Serge Lefebvre, 172.5 kilos, 380.3 pounds. Here's Serge Lefebvre coming up to 380.3 pounds. One of our push-pull only athletes here today, not doing the squat event. Good press for Serge there. Judges say it's no good. Not sure what happened there. Maybe a rack command. I'm not too sure. I couldn't hear what the judges were saying, but going to be a miss on that one for Serge. Definitely had the strength for it. Just got to do some technicality cleanup there. Until then, Ronald Hagen's coming out to 175 kilos, 385.81 pounds. multiply bench press jacket on there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Thomas Byams coming up next, 182.5 kilos for his opener. That's 402.34 pounds. Also want to point out how fantastic Thomas Byams' haircut is. It's a beautiful mullet. Beautiful bench there. Pure control, lots of strength in Thomas there. Just waiting on the judges. Yeah, clear 3 white lights on that one. That was a textbook bench press. Good work, Thomas. Coming up next, Alexander Scory coming out to a 441-pound bench press after he just squatted 837 pounds. If you missed that earlier, scroll back. Squatted 837 pounds. Unreal. Coming out now to a 200-kilo bench, 440.9 pounds. Easy money for Alex there. 200 kilos in the books, 3 whites. It is good. All right, now, as we mentioned earlier on the squat round, since this is a shorter flight of athletes, there is a minimum 10 minutes in between. So just about a 2 or 3 minute break here, and we'll be getting ready for Chad's next attempt. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Platform is ready for Chad here. Coming out to a 10-kilo jump, putting him at 242.5 pounds. All right, good looking press there for Chad. Judges agree, giving him 3 white lights. Ty Benner coming up next, running at the same weight, 110 kilos, 242.5 pounds. Cheers, Ty Penner.
Some song.
All right, good push from Ty Penner there. Here's Richard coming at 253.53 pounds. All right, good looking bench there. Judges agree. Up next, we got Jason Ouellette coming up. 10 kilos added onto his opener, putting him at 385.8 pounds. Good push from Jason there, getting 3 whites. Good work. Means we got Serge Lefebvre coming up next. Missed 172.5 kilos, but adding on 7.5 kilos anyway. Feeling good, putting him at 180. Surge with 180 kilos, 396.8 pounds here. All right, good work, Surge. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites. Good work. Coming up next, Ronald Hagen, 182.5 kilos, 402.3 pounds. Grinding it out there. Able to get it up at the rack command. It should be good. Let's see. It's good. 3 weights. Good work, Ronald. Up next, Thomas Byam, followed by Alex Score. Then we'll be going back for 3rd attempts here on Flight C. Good press from Thomas. Thomas there getting 3 whites on 430 pounds. Up next, Alexander Scory going with a 22.5 kilo jump. That'll put him at 490.5 pounds. Here comes Scory, 490.5 pounds here on this bench press attempt. Nice. Good push for Corey, getting 3 whites. He's happy with that. All right, running it back for third set of bench press. But there will be just a 2-minute break here, as we mentioned. This is a shorter flight. We want to make sure the athletes get a long enough break in between their efforts. So while we're waiting for that, give a shout out to our sponsors here again today: Logic Lumber, Lethbridge Supplements and Vitamins, Rocky Cross Construction, Impact Nutrition, Off-Road Canada, Homefield Ford, Zone Canada, Power Fuels Tabor, and Renegade Nutrition Services. We'll be going again in about a minute and a half. All right, here we go. Platform is ready for Ty Penner here. Got stuck there, unfortunately, at the top. Was able to lock in 110 kilos, though, previously, so gets to take that home today. Next up, Chad Yarmoli, coming out to a 10-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 120 kilos, 264.6 pounds. Here's the press from Chad there, looking strong. It is good. 3 whites. Means we got Richard coming up next. 122.5 kilos, 7.5 kilos more than his opener. see how he does. Looking good there. Started a dip on the right, unfortunately, for Richard. Good effort, though. Jason's coming up next with a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 182.5 kilos, 402.3 pounds. Platform's ready for Jason. Good push from Jason there. Judges say, unfortunately not going to get it. Sounds like he might have beat the press command on that one, so going to be a miss there for Jason. Was able to lock in 175 kilos, though. So coming up next, Ronald Hagen coming out with a 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 407.85 pounds here. Good push from Ron there. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. Up next, Serge Lefebvre. Keeping the weight the same for him. It'll be a 5 kilo jump from his second attempt, which puts Serge into the WRPF Canadian record category at 185 kilos, 407.85 pounds. Nice, good follow through there from Serge. He's happy with that. The judges are hopefully happy as well. Let's see. Just waiting on the lights for Serge here. It's good. Serge locking in the Canadian WRPF record there. Good work. Coming up next, Mr. Thomas Byam. Coming to 202.5 kilos, 446.4 pounds for his last press of the day. All right, here's Thomas Byam, 446.4 pounds. Not going to be there, unfortunately, for Thomas. Was able to lock in 195 kilos on that second attempt though. So still on the board there. And the last athlete in Flight C before we move to Flight D. Alexander Scory, 227.5 kilos. That's 501.5 pounds. All right, here is Alexander Scory, 501.6 pounds. Got stuck there, unfortunately. Was able to lock in 222.5 kilos on that second attempt, though. 490 pounds in the books for him. Good work, Alex. Now, moving on to Flight D, the last set of bench presses for the day before we move to deadlifts. Flight D is going to be starting off with Steven Scram, followed by Zachary Hassman and Jeff Nikolachuk. Steven's going to be coming out to 105 kilos for his first attempt, 231.49 pounds. Here's Steven Scram, 105 kilos. All right, good work from Steven there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, Zach Hassman, 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds. Good work, Zach. 3 whites, no problem there. Moving on next to Jeff Nikolachuk, coming in 120 kilos, 264.55 pounds for his first bench press of the day. All right, platform is ready for Jeff. All right, easy start there for Jeff, locking in 120 kilos towards his total. Next up, Chase Randall, followed by Eli, and then Adam Kennedy. Jeff's coming up to 264.55 pounds. Oh, forgive me, Chase Randall coming out to 275.6 pounds here. All right, looking good for Chase there. Judges say it's good. 3 whites for Chase, locking that in. Up next, we got Eli. Eli's coming into 140 kilos. That's 308.65 pounds. All right, good bench from Eli there. Judges say it's good. Up next, Adam Kennedy opening up with 140 kilos as well, 308.6 pounds. All right, healthy looking push for Adam there. The judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Up next, Kevin Dixon coming out 10 kilos heavier than Adam, opening up with 330.7 pounds. They were just trying to decide if Kevin wanted blocks for his feet, just to make sure he got good placement on the ground, but tested it out. He's feeling good, so good to go. 150 kilos, 330.7 pounds. All right, good push, Kevin. Locking in 150 kilos there. Up next, Mr. Joe Owen. Joe's one of our push-pull only athletes here today, so never saw him in squats this morning, but getting started with bench here now. He's going to be coming out to 162.5 kilos. That's 358.25 pounds. All right, just getting his rack height here. Sounds like he might have missed the rack height in the morning, so just letting them know what he has. All right, bars loaded for Joe Owen. All right, strong press from Joe there, looking very good off the hop. 358 pounds in the books. Up next, Braden Gutowski. I might be saying that name wrong, but I like Gutowski. Sounds right. 391 pounds coming up for his first bench of the day. go. 391.3 pounds here for Braden. All right, good press for Braden there. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. Up next, the William Green. William's going to be opening up with 195 kilos. That is 429.9 pounds. Easy money for Will there. Looked very, very strong. 195 kilos in the books, 3 whites. All right, last athlete for the first round of bench press for Flight D, Mr. Brad Damon, competing in the men's multi-ply open, coming out to an opener of 507 pounds. Get his arms locked out there. Will he get the lift? It's good. 2 whites. Locking it in. Good work, Brad. All right, gonna run it back here now. Starting over Flight D. Second attempt's gonna be Steven Scram, Zachary Hassman, and then Jeff Nikolachuk. Stevens coming out to 117.5 kilos, a 12.5 kilo jump over his opener, putting him at 5. All right, let's say that was 507 pounds. That is not. That is what Brad Damon just did. And I am not that fast with math, so I'm just going to wait for them to update the screen so I can tell you how many pounds that is. All right, there you go. Steven Scram coming out to 259 pounds for his second attempt. Steven Scram. Push. Able to follow through there. There might have been a bit of a dip. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah, I think he dipped at that sticking point there, unfortunately. Does get another attempt, though. I'm sure he'll be able to lock that in. Until then, we got Zachary Hassman coming out with a 7.5 kilo jump over his opener, putting him at 120 kilos. good press from Zachary there, 120 kilos. It's good, giving him 3 whites. All right, loading up now for Jeff. Jeff's coming out to 127.5 kilos, a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 281.09 pounds. All right, here comes Jeff. 281.1 pounds here for his second attempt. Good work, getting 3 whites from the judges there. Chase Randall coming up next. Chase is coming out to a 10 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 297.6 pounds. Chase Randall loaded up under 297.6 pounds. Good press, getting 3 whites from the judges there for Chase. Coming up next, we got Eli's coming at 150 kilos, 330.7 pounds. Healthy looking press from Eli there. Looks good to me. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. Up next, we got Adam Kennedy coming in with 152.5 kilos, 336.2 pounds. All right, here's Adam Kennedy coming up to 152.5 kilos, 336.2 pounds. All right, good push there from Adam Kennedy. The judges say it's good, getting 2 whites. Up next, Kevin Dixon going with a 10 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 352.7 pounds. All right, bars a little loaded for Kevin Dixon here. Good push from Kevin Dixon there. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. Locking in 160. Up next, we got Joe Owen going with a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 385.8 pounds. Joe Owen, 385.8 pounds. Nice, good push from Joe there. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Up next, we got Braden coming out to about a 15-kilo jump. Putting him at 424.4 pounds here for Braden. Good work from Braden there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Up next, we got Mr. William Green coming into a 10-kilo jump, putting him at 451.95 pounds here. Here's William Green, 451.95 pounds. Good work, William. Judges say it's good, giving him 3 whites. All right, last athlete for the second attempt of bench here, Mr. Brad Damon. Brad's coming out to a 10-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 529.1 pounds. Here's Brad, 529.1 pounds for his second attempt. Good grind there, able to push that through. Gonna be good for 3 whites for Mr. Brad Damon. Running it back now for the final round of bench press here today. Gonna be starting things off with Stephen Scram. He missed 117.5 on that second attempt, but feeling good. Gonna go ahead and come out to 120 kilos here. See if he can put 264.5 pounds towards his total. All right, bars loaded for Steven here. Last round of bench press today. right, good push there from Steven. Judges say it's good. 3 whites, locking in 120 kilos there. Coming up next, we got Zachary Hassman coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 281.1 pounds. All right, bars loaded for Zachary. All right, good looking press there from Zach. Judges say it's good, getting 3 whites, locking that in. Up next, we got Jeff. He's going with a 10 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 303.14 pounds. And here is Jeff. All right, good drive there from Jeff. It's good, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, we got Chase Randall. Chase is coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump, putting him at 325.2 pounds. Nice, good push from Chase there. Good grind. Judges say it's good, getting 3 whites. Good work, Chase. Means we got Adam Kennedy coming up next, 157.5 kilos, 347.23 pounds. Adam Kennedy loading up under 347.23 pounds. All right, good push from Adam there. Judges say it's good, getting 3 white lights. Up next, we got Eli coming out to a 10 kilo jump, putting him at 352.74 pounds. good push from Eli there. Judges, unfortunately, not going to be there. 2 reds on that guy. Was able to lock in 150 kilos on that second attempt, though. And coming up next, Mr. Kevin Dixon with 167.5 kilos, putting him at 369.27 pounds. Unfortunately, he won't be there on that one. Looks like he got a hamstring cramp on that one at the end there, so gonna miss that one, unfortunately. Coming up next, though, we got Joe Owen, followed by Braden and William Green and Brad Damon. After that, we'll be taking a break before we move into deadlifts. Joe's coming out to a 10-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 407.85 pounds. Good attempt there from Joe. Unable to successfully complete that one. Was able to get 175 kilos, though, locked in today. Up next, we got Braden. Braden is coming out to the WRPF national record attempt, 200 kilos, 440.92 pounds. All right, look good to me. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. Braden's locking in the Canadian WRPF record here for his bench press today. Congratulations. Up next, the William Green. Williams coming out to a 2.5-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 207.5 kilos, 457.5 pounds. Here's William Green, second last bench press of the day here. 457.46 pounds. Not going to be there on that one for William, unfortunately. Was able to lock in 205 kilos on that second attempt, though. And coming up next, Mr. Brad Damon. He's going to be adding 10 kilos to that second attempt, putting him at 551.15 pounds. get through there. It's good. 3 whites for Brad Damon, locking in a 551-pound bench press. Good work. All right, we're going to be breaking things down now, getting things set up for deadlift, and we're taking a 20-minute break. By the time they get the bench off there, another couple minutes. So let's say right about 2 p.m. we should be going here for deadlifts, and then we'll be done for the day after that. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. just about ready to get started here with the last set of lifts for the 2025 Power to the Platform meet. Starting things off here with Andrew Fath, one of our push-pull only athletes here today, going with a 125 kilo opener. That's 275.58 pounds. Good looking pull there from Andrew. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 whites, 275.6 pounds. All right, here's George Pennell, 125 kilos for him as well, with his first pull of the day. All right, there's George. Looks like it was a good lift. Just waiting for the judges. It's good. 3 whites. There's Taylor Morrow. Same weight as George here. Look good to me. Judges say it's good. 3 whites for Taylor Morrow. Coming up next, we got Don Banman. Don's opening up with 2.5 kilos heavier than the previous gentleman, putting him at 281.1 pounds here.
TJ doesn't pay for Spotify, so my phone was dying, so someone else had to do it.
All right, here's Don Banman. All right, getting 3 whites there for Don. Good lift. Coming up next, we got Sarah England. Sarah's going to be coming out to 303.14 pounds here for her first pull of the day. All right, Sarah England, first pull of the day here for her. All right, it's good. 3 whites for Sarah. Coming up next, we got Tyler Brownfield. Tyler is going to be opening up with a Canadian WRPF record here. He'll be going for 165 kilos, 364 pounds. That'll be the Canadian record in the men's Raw Masters 55 to 59. good looking pull there from Tyler Brownfield. 165 kilos. If the judges give us 3 whites, it will be a national record, and it is. Tyler Brownfield getting in the record books there. Congratulations. Coming up next, we got Jody Workman. Jody's coming out to 167.5 kilos. That's 369.27 pounds. All right, good looking pull there for Jody. The judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Coming up next, Shane Bernard. Shane's coming out to 170 kilos. That's 374.8 pounds. Good pull from Shane there. It's good, getting 3 whites. Coming up next here, Greg Alberts, 385.8 pounds. Good pull from Greg Alberts there. Judges will probably give it to him, I'm pretty sure. Just waiting on the lights from the judges there. All right. Assuming it was good, we didn't get the lights, but Tom Brooks is coming up next. Tom's coming out to 407.85 pounds. All right, good pull for Tom Brooks there. Ryan's coming out next for a 205 kilo pull, putting him at 451.95 pounds. Healthy looking opener there for Ryan. 451.95 pounds. Getting 3 whites there. Up next, Michael Woods for his first pull of the day. Then we're going to be running it back for second attempts after him. It's 225 kilos, 496 pounds. Michael looking good there. Getting 3 whites from the judges, locking in 225 towards his total. That means coming up next, starting things back over, Don Bandman going with a 2.5 kilo jump from his opener. That puts him at 286.6 pounds. All right, platforms are ready for Don here. All right, healthy looking pull for Don there. Judges say it's good, giving him 3 whites. Andrew Fath coming up next, 130 kilos loaded on the bar for him here, 287 pounds. All right, good pull from Andrew there, 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, we're going to have George Pinnell coming into a 10 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 297.62 pounds. All right, here's George Pinnell. All right, good lift for George there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, Taylor Morrow. All right, good pull for Taylor Morrow there. It should be good for 3 whites. Yeah, judges give it to him, 297.62 pounds towards his total. Coming up next, Sarah England, adding 10 kilos onto her opener. Going to put her at 147.5 kilos, 325.18 pounds. Nice. Pulled right through that sticking point there for Sarah. Able to get that one locked out. 325.18 pounds towards her total. Up next, we got Jody Workman coming into a 10 kilo jump from his opener as well. That puts him at 391.32 pounds. Good looking pull from Jody there, getting 3 whites from the judges. Coming up next, Tyler Brownfield. I think Tyler set a record there with his 165 kilo pull. He's adding 15 kilos to it now. That'll put him at 396.8 pounds for the WRPF Canadian record. All right, good work, Tyler, getting 2 whites on that one. That is a WRPF Canadian record. That means up next, Mr. Shane Bernard coming into a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 402.34 pounds. Good work, Shane Bernard. 3 whites, locking that in there. Up next, Greg Alberts coming to a 10 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 407.85 pounds. Nice. Beautiful, beautiful pull through for Greg there. Getting that 185 kilos locked in. Up next, Tom Brooks going to the 10 kilo jump from his opener as well, putting him at 429.9 pounds. Good pull for Tom there. Judges say it's good. 2 whites, locking in 430 pounds. Up next, we got Ryan with 215 kilos, 474 pounds for his second attempt. Here we go, Ryan, 474 pounds. All right, good work there. Up next, Michael Woods coming out with 235 kilos, 474 pounds. After which point we'll be running it back to the 3rd set of deadlifts. All right, Michael Woods. Nice speedy pull there for Michael. Getting 235 kilos locked in, 3 whites. Coming up next, Don Bandman's coming back out with a 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. That puts him at 292.1 pounds. All right, Don Bandman, 292.1 pounds. All right, here's Andrew Fath. Last pull of the day, 303.14 pounds. All right, good work, Andrew. Judges say. And we're waiting on the lights. Pretty sure it's good, but.
Wait for the board. Help is on the way, dude.
Got the lights sorted out here. Platform is ready for Taylor Morrow. 314.16 pounds here. Last lift of the day. Attaboy. Ooh, little lightheaded there. All right, he's good. Taylor Morrow getting a great lockout there. 3 white lights. Looks like the bar's loaded up now for George Pennell. Coming out to 319.7 pounds on the bar for him. All right, good looking pull there from George. It's good getting 3 whites. That makes George 949 today. Good work, George. Coming up next, Sarah England coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from her second attempt, putting her at 352.74 pounds. Unfortunately, not going to be there today. Was able to lock in 147.5 kilos on that second attempt, though. Loading up now for Jody Workman. Jody's coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener, or from his second attempt. My apologies. Putting him at 419 pounds. Able to follow through there, get the finish on that one for Jody. Judges say it's good, getting 2 whites. Coming up next, the Mr. Tyler Brownfield. Tyler's coming out to break his already set WRPF Canadian record here. He set it at 165 to 180. Now he's at 190, 418.8 pounds. Good work, Tyler. It's good. 3 white lights. Greg Alberts, 424.4 pounds. Not feeling it on that one. Gonna leave that one behind. Was able to get 185 kilos on that second attempt, though. Gonna be keeping the weight the same here for Shane Bernard. His last pull of the day, 424.4 pounds. Good looking pull there for Shane. Big smile at the top. He's happy with it. If the judges are too, they are. That is 3 whites. That makes Shane 949 today, hitting all of his lifts. Congratulations. Up next, Tom Brooks, coming out to a 200 kilos even, 440.92 pounds for his third and final deadlift. Almost had it there. Was able to get 195 kilos locked out on that second attempt. We're going to leave 200 where it lays. Coming up next, we got Ryan, then Michael Woods. And then we'll be moving on to Flight B after that. Ryan's coming into a 15-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 507.1 pounds. Beautiful pull there from Ryan. Pretty sure judges are going to agree, but we'll wait for the lights. Yeah, I can hear them say Ryan was good, so just moving ahead there. But Michael Woods coming up next. 245 kilos, 540.13 pounds. Able to pull through there. Good work. All right, it's good. 2 weights. Good work from Michael Woods there. Moving on to Flight B. Gonna have Mike Albert starting things off, followed by Luke Duras and Joshua Hines. Mike's gonna be opening up with 152.5 kilos, 336.2 pounds. Mike Albert's first pull, 336 pounds. Is one of our deadlift only athletes here today, so he's just doing deads, starting off with 170 kilos, 375 pounds. It's good, getting 3 whites for Luke there. It's the first pull of the day. Up next, Joshua Hines. Josh is coming out to 195 kilos for his opener. Platforms are ready for Josh here. 429.9 pounds loaded up. Coming up next, Benjamin Wiseman, 210 kilos for his first pull, 463 pounds. Strong pull for Benjamin there, setting a good first tone there. Going to be moving on to Nicholas Butner. Coming up next, same weight on the bar for him, 463 pounds for his first pull as well. Coming up next, Jerry Clark, 215 kilos, 474 pounds for his first attempt. Good looking pull from Jerry there. Easy 215 kilos for his opener. Jumping up 10 kilos now for Calvin Larson. He's going to be coming out to 496 pounds for his first pull of the day. Good strong pull from Calvin there. It's good getting 3 whites from the judges. We got Ben Brewer coming up next, and then Tristan Anderson will round out the first set of deadlifts here for Flight B. Ben's going to be opening up with 265 kilos, 584.2 pounds. Strong pull for Ben there. Looked good to me. Judges agree with 3 white lights. Up next, Tristan Anderson. Tristan's going to be opening up 25 kilos heavier than Ben. That means 290 kilos is 639.3 pounds here for his first attempt. just accidentally jumped ahead to the start of the second attempt, so they're just going to work it back. There you go, Tristan Anderson back on the screen. Bars loaded, 639.3 pounds. All right, healthy first pull for Tristan there. Lots more in the tank for that young man. And now we're running things back to the second attempt, starting things off with Mike Alberts, followed by Josh Hines and Nicholas Butner. Mike's going to be opening up 7.5 kilos. Sorry, Mike's going to be going 7.5 kilos heavier than his first attempt, putting him at 160 kilos, 352.7 pounds. Good looking pull. Judges agree. Coming up next, Joshua Hines. Coming into a 20 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 474 pounds. Good looking pull from Josh there. Judges agree. Coming up next, Nicholas Butner, followed by Benjamin Wiseman and Luke Gerace. Nicholas is coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. That'll put him at 479.5 pounds. A little wobble at the top there, but able to complete the lift. Should be good. Yeah, 3 whites. Good job, Nicholas. Up next, Benjamin Wiseman. Coming out to a 10 kilo jump, putting him at 485 pounds. All right, good looking pull from Benjamin Wiseman. It's good for 3 whites. Moving on now to Luke Gerace, coming up to a wildly big jump here. 50 kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 485 pounds. All right, good pull from Luke there. Judges say it's good, getting 2 weights. Up next, Jerry Clark coming into a 15-kilo opener. Sorry, 15-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 485 pounds. Oh, sorry. I was reading the wrong number there. It is a 15-kilo jump, but it's more than 485. 507. There you go. That'll be a WRPF Canadian record here for Jerry. Win successful at 507 pounds. Good work, Jerry. That's 3 whites, locking his name in the WRPF Canadian record book. Congratulations. Coming up next, Calvin Larson with a 15-kilo jump over his first attempt, putting him at 529.1 pounds. Good pull from Calvin there. Judges agree, giving him 3 whites. Ben Brewer up next. Tristan Anderson after him. They'll be running it back for the 3rd and final attempts for these athletes. Ben Brewer is going to be coming out to a 12.5-kilo jump, putting him at 611.78 pounds. Here's Ben Brewer, 612 pounds. All right, good pull from Ben there. Looking very strong. It's good, 3 weights. All right, Tristan Anderson coming up next, 15-kilo jump over his opener, putting him at 672.41 pounds. Just working on that collar there. Been a trouble throughout the day. All right, bars loaded for Tristan. 305 kilos here for his 2nd attempt. Nice. Very strong looking pull there from Tristan. Good work. Coming up next, going to be running it back for 3rd and final attempts here. Mike Alberts, followed by Nicholas Butner and Benjamin Wiseman. Mike's going to be coming out to the WRPF Canadian record for his men's raw open category, 82.5 kilos. The record will be 168 kilos, 370.38 pounds. Platforms are ready for Mike here. 370 pounds will be a Canadian record. Not going to be there, unfortunately, for Mike. Was able to lock in 160 kilos before that, though. All right, coming up next, Nicholas Butner's adding 7.5 kilos to his second attempt there. That's going to put him at 496 pounds. Bars ready for Nicholas Butner here. All right. Unfortunately, no lift for Nicholas there. Going to miss that one. Coming up next, Benjamin Wiseman. Benjamin's coming out to a 7.5 kilo jump, putting him at 501.5 pounds. Easy money there for Benjamin, pulling 501. Coming up next, Josh Hines, coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump for his second attempt, putting him at the same weight, 501.5 pounds. Unfortunately, won't be there for Josh. Was able to get 215 kilos on that second attempt, though. Next up, Luke Gerace. Come with a 10 kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 507.06 pounds. Not going to be there on that last attempt, unfortunately, for Luke. Was able to lock in 220, though. Coming up next, Jerry Clark coming into a 15 kilo jump. This will put him in the Canadian WRPF record for the men's Raw Masters 50 to 54 category at 540.13 pounds. Won't be there at 245. Was able to lock in 230 kilos on that second attempt, though. Coming up next, Calvin Larson coming into a 10-kilo jump. Going to put him at 250 kilograms, 551 pounds. Nice, good pull from Calvin there. It's waiting for the lights. Good. It's good for Calvin. Put him 3 for 3 on deads here today. Up next, Ben Brewer, followed by Tristan Anderson, and then we'll be done with Flight C. Ben Brewer is going to be coming into 290 kilos, 639.34 pounds. Beautiful pull from Ben Brewer there, walking in 290 kilos. It's good for Ben, getting 3 whites there. Coming up next, Tristan Anderson. He's going to be going with a 15-kilo jump from his second attempt. That'll put him at 705.48 pounds. Oh, let's go, Tristan. Nice. Getting the lockout, looking strong. Judges say it's good. 3 whites. He's happy with that. Congratulations. Good stuff.
Is it long enough? Yeah, they gotta leave. Meg, are we taking a break? We're going right into it. Is this long enough? Just pull it like this way a little bit more, yeah. No break, right? We're moving in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Meg and Ryan got to leave a little early, so I'm going to be taking over the emceeing duties as well as the live stream. So moving right into Flight C here next. Our next athlete up will be Chad, followed by Serge, and then Richard and Ty. All right, bar is loaded for Chad. 110 kilos loaded up. Nice. Good looking pull there from Chad. Judges say it's good. Getting 3 white lights. Got Serge Lefebvre coming up next, followed by Richard and Ty Penner. Serge is going to be coming out to a 200 kilo first pull of the day. That's 440.92 pounds. All right, bar is loaded for Serge Lefebvre, 200 kilos. Nice, strong looking pull there for Serge. Coming up next, we're going to have Richard, followed by Ty, and then Ronald Hagen. Richard's going to be coming out 5 kilos heavier, opening up with 205 kilos, 452 pounds. All right, bar is loaded for Richard, 205 kilos. Good looking pull there from Richard. See what the judges say. Easy 3 white lights. That means we got Ty Penner coming up next, followed by Ronald Hagen and then Jason Roulette. Ty's going to be coming out to 225 kilos, 496 pounds. Good, strong pull from Ty there. Good work. Judges agree, giving him 3 white lights. Coming up next, Ronald Hagen, followed by Jason and Alexander Scory. Ronald's coming out to 240 kilos, 529 pounds. Oh, you want NC?
Yeah, if that's what they want. Yeah, that's fine.
All right, good looking pull there from Ronald. It's good. 3 white lights. Coming up next, we got Jason Roulette, followed by Alexander Scory with Thomas Byam in the hole. Jason's going to be coming out to 270 kilos, 595 pounds. Bars loaded for Jason's first pull of the afternoon. All right, good work, Jason there. sure the judges will agree. It's good. 3 whites. Coming up next, Alexander Scory, 272.5 kilo opener. That's 600.76 pounds. That's maybe the fastest 600 pounds I ever saw being pulled. Getting 2 weights on that one. It's good. All right. Ending off with Thomas Byam here. Thomas is going to be opening up with a 282.5 kilo deadlift attempt here. 600.76 pounds. Oh, pardon me. That's still Alex's. They never updated for Thomas's number yet. There you go. Updated now. Thomas Byam on his way out. 282.5 kilos, 622.81 pounds. It is good. 3 whites for Thomas Byam, locking in his first lift of the day. And as we mentioned earlier, since Flight C is a smaller flight, we will be taking a 2-minute break after each set of attempts before we move into the second set. So, little breaky poo here, and we'll be right back. All right, we are ready for the second attempts of Flight C's deadlifts here. Starting things off with Chad going with a healthy 22.5 kilo jump from his opener. All right, good work, Chad. Coming up next, Richard Bilsma. Richard's coming out to a 22.5 kilo jump as well, putting him at 227.5 kilos, 501.5 pounds. Good work, Richard. 3 white lights. Coming up next, Serge Lefebvre, going with a 30-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 507.06 pounds. All right, good pull from Serge there. It's good, getting 3 whites from Serge Lefebvre. Coming up next, Ty Penner, going with a 25-kilo jump over his first attempt, putting him at 551.15 pounds. Too much on that one for Ty, unfortunately. We'll see if they can go back and fix up and come back and lock that in on the 3rd attempt. Up next, Ronald Hagen going with an 11-kilo jump from his opener. That'll put him in the WRPF Canadian record category for the men's single ply Masters division. See if he can lock this in at 553.36 pounds. It's good, getting 3 whites. That's a national record for Ronald Hagen there. Coming up next, Thomas Byam, coming into a 7.5-kilo jump from his opener, putting him at 639.34 pounds. Bars loaded for Thomas here, 290 kilos. Good, healthy pull there from Thomas. Getting 3 white lights from the judges. Coming up next, Jason Roulette, and then running it, after Jason will be Alexander Scory. And then we're going back for the 3rd attempts here for Flight C. Jason's going to be coming out to a 30-kilo jump from his first attempt, putting him at 661.39 pounds. All right, that was a healthy looking pull there. Pretty sure that's going to be 3 white lights, and it is for Jason. Great pull. All right, Alexander Scory coming up next, 305 kilos, 672.41 pounds for his 2nd attempt here. Chad. Here we go. Alexander Scory. Almost. Just started to slip out of his grip there at the top. Unfortunately, we'll get another attempt at it here. Sure, he'll be able to lock that in. All right, coming up next, Chad restarting the Flight C. My apologies, we will be taking a 2-minute break. As I mentioned, shorter flights, so we got to make sure we give the athletes enough time to rest and recover in the back there. So quick little 2-minute break, and then we will be right back. All right, about to get started back up here. Third and final attempts for Flight C here on deadlifts. Chad's going to be coming out to 165 kilos, 363.76 pounds. Good work there, Chad. Following through, getting 2 weights. Coming up next, we got Richard. Richard's coming into 242.5 kilos, 534.62 pounds. All right, healthy looking pull there from Richard, and it's good. 3 white lights. Coming up next, we got Ty Penner. He missed 250 on that second attempt here, but coming back out, hoping to lock it in with 551.15 pounds. Bars loaded for Ty Penner here, looking for some redemption. not going to be there today, unfortunately, for Ty. Looked like he was grabbing his upper glute there on the right-hand side. Might be something bugging him. But up next, a 20-kilo jump for Serge here, 250 kilos, 551.15 pounds. Nice, good pull there from Serge. It's good. 3 for 3 on deads today for Serge. Congratulations. Coming up next, Ronald Hagen going for another WRPF Canadian record here on the deadlift. He set it with 251. Decided to add 14 kilos to it. And hoping to set the record now, have 584.2 pounds. Almost. Not going to be able to break it, but he did set the record here today at 251 kilos for his class. Coming up next, we got Thomas Byam. Thomas is coming out to a 12.5 kilo jump from his previous attempt, putting him at 666.9 pounds. All right, Thomas Byam, 666.9 pounds, his last lift of the day. It's a good lift, 2 whites from the judges. All right, last athlete here in Flight C, Jason Roulette, coming into a 20-kilo jump from his last attempt, putting him at 6. Sorry, not 6. All right, got a little mixed up there. This is Alexander Scory coming out 305 kilos, hoping to get it 672.4 pounds. That grip getting the best of him, unfortunately. Lots of power. Just a little bit of a grip issue there. Great day for Alex, nonetheless. Coming up next, Jason Roulette. He will be coming out to 320 kilos, 705.5 pounds.
One more lifter. You got to be in there.
The judges thought this round was over, but there's still one athlete left. Jason Roulette, 320 kilos, loaded up for his last lift of the day. Alright, got a little distracted by something going on behind me there, but alright, rounds out flight C, moving into the last flight of the day. Starting off with Jeff at 215 kilos, 473.9 pounds. Alright, bars loaded for Jeff, opening up with 474 pounds. Alright, good work, Jeff, getting 3 whites from the judges on that one. Moving on to Zachary Hassman, coming up next, 222.5 kilos, 490.5 pounds. That's funny. Probably couldn't hear it at home, but Mackenzie's voice squeaked when he said bars loaded, and we all laughed. But anyway, Zachary, the good-looking first pull there. Super narrow stance with his feet. I feel like I'd fall over if I tried to pull like that, but it is a popular stance for some people. Got Eli. Coming up next, Eli's going to be opening up with 225 kilos, 496 pounds. Strong pull from Eli there, looking like a piston, just up and down. Good work. Coming up next, Brad Damon, followed by Joe Owen, and then Steven Scram. Brad's going to be opening up with the same weight here at 496 pounds. Nice, easy pull for Brad there. It's good, locking that in, 3 whites. Coming up next, we got Joe Owen. Joe's coming out to 227.5 kilos. That is 501.55 pounds. is good. 3 whites for Joe Owen. Coming up next, Stephen Scram. He's going to be opening up with 230 kilos, 507 pounds. Staying with the same weight, we're going to have Braden coming out at 507.1 pounds. All right, 3 whites, good for Braden there. Coming up next, Chase Randall with 235 kilos. That's 518 pounds for his opener. Nice speedy pull from Chase there. Look good to me. 235 is good. 3 white lights. William Green coming up next. 240 kilos for his first deadlift of the day. 529.1 pounds. Bars loaded for William Green here. 529.1 pounds. All right, good pull from William there. Coming up next, Adam Kennedy. 551.15 pounds for his opener. Smooth looking pull there for Adam. 250 kilos should be good. It is. 3 white lights. Kevin Dixon. Nice, easy looking pull there for Kevin Dixon. Judges say it's good, giving him 3 whites. All right, gonna break down the bar now and run it back for second attempts here on Flight D. Starting off with Jeff, then Eli, then Zachary. I'm just going to step away here for a minute. I should be back before we get started, but if not, I'll be back either way. All right, I'm back. And that was a good lift for Zachary. Good work. 245 kilos added towards his total. Got Steven Scram coming up next. He's going with a 20-kilo jump, putting him at 250 kilos, 550, 1.15 pounds. Unfortunate miss there. Going to be 2 reds on that one. We'll get another attempt here, but not this time. Keeping the weight the same, 250 kilos loaded. We got Joe Owen coming up. It's good. 3 weights from Joe. All right, bars loader for Joe. Yeah, a little mix up there. William Green is here now, 250 kg for his second attempt. Good strong pull for William there, looking good. All right, moving on to Braden next. Braden's going to be coming into 255 kilos. That'll be a 25 kilo jump over his opener, putting him at 562.18 pounds. Nice, good pull from Braden there. 562 pounds. And the judges say it's a good lift. Couldn't get the lights to work, but it's a good lift. Coming up next, Brad Damon, same weight, 255 kilos, 562 pounds. It is waiting on the judges. Good, 3 whites. Coming up next, Chase Randall going with a 22.5 kilo jump over his opener. That puts him at 568 pounds. It's good for 3 white lights for Chase. Coming up next, we got Adam Kennedy. 25.5 kilo jump from his opener. You're going to put him at 611.8 pounds for his second attempt. All right, Adam Kennedy. Good work, Adam, there. It should be a good lift. It is 3 whites. Lock it in, 612 pounds towards his total. All right, second attempt here before we move into final attempts. We got Kevin Dixon. Kevin is coming out to a 27.5 kilo jump, 617.3 pounds. Nice, good grind from Kevin there. Three white lights. All right, final set of lifts for the 2025 Pirates of the Platform meet. Gonna be starting things off with Steven Scram, followed by Jeff Nikolachuk and Eli. Steven missed 250 on that second attempt, unfortunately. Coming back for it now. Going to try to lock that in and add 250 kilos to his total. Let's go. All right, able to get it completed. Will he get the white lights? No, unfortunate miss. Was able to lock in 230 on that first attempt, though. And coming up next, we got Jeff with 250 kilos for his final attempt as well. It's good. Getting 3 white lights for Jeff there. Locking that in towards his total. We got Eli coming up next with a 15-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 562.18 pounds. Beautiful pull from Eli there. Should be good to lock that in. That is good. 255 kilos. Coming up next, Zachary Hassman, same weight at 562.18 pounds. He's going. It's good. Leave the lift. Will the judges give it to him? It's good. 2 whites. That gives Zach 255 kilos towards his total. Coming up next, William Green going with a 10-kilo jump to end his day at 573.2 pounds here. It's good, getting 3 whites for William. Coming up next, we got Joe Owen. Joe's going to be coming out to a 15-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 584 pounds. Here's Joe, 584 pounds. Not going to be there. Was able to lock in 250 kilos previously, though. There's Chase's final lift of the day, 600.76 pounds. It's good. He's happy with that. That's 9 for 9 for Chase. Congratulations. Got Braden coming up next, same weight at 600.76 pounds. Not going to be there, unfortunately, for Braden. Was able to lock in 255 kilos before that, though. Don't think he got the lockout on that one there. Yeah, gonna get the miss on that. Was able to lock in 255 kilos on that second attempt, though. All right, two athletes left. First up, Kevin Dixon coming into a WRPF Canadian record attempt here at 633.83 pounds. Kevin Dixon. Nice. Good pull from Kevin Dixon. A little lightheaded on that one. It's good. Getting 3 whites. Lock in a WRPF Canadian record. All right, last athlete of the day, last athlete of the weekend, Adam Kennedy. Adam's coming out to a 15-kilo jump from his second attempt, putting him at 644.85 pounds. All right, last pull of the weekend, 645 pounds. Nice, gets a down command there, and the judges say it's good. 645 pounds added to Adam Kennedy's total here today. All right, that wraps everything up here for the 2025 Pirates of the Platform. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and checking out the stream. We do have the awards ceremony coming up next, so they're going to calculate all that, and then we'll get the awards ceremony started. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. All right, let's get into the awards. For the women's Raw Guest 75 class, Sarah England. All right, for the men's multiply untested open 140 plus, Brad Damon taking first place. And for the men's raw drug tested masters 40 to 44 110 class, Calvin Larson. And for the men's raw drug-tested masters 50 to 54 100 class, Jerry Clark. And for the men's raw drug-tested master 50 to 54 125 class, Kevin Dixon. He may not. He's busy right now. No, there he is. All right, for the men's raw drug-tested master 70 to 74 75 kilo class, Don Bandman.
Hey, Don.
And for the men's raw drug-tested open 75 kg class, Taylor Morrow. And up next for the men's raw drug tested open 90 kg class in second place, Josh Hines. And first place in that same class, we got Ryan Gabarczyk. I keep saying it wrong. I'm sorry, Ryan. And for the men's raw drug tested open 110 kg class in second place, Nicholas Butner. And first place in that category, Ty Penner. And for the men's raw drug tested open 125 kg class in second place, Zachary Hassman. And well, that didn't work. And
Somebody unplugged the power. Womp, womp, womp.
okay. And while she's there, we're back. All right. And in first place, Kevin Dixon. And for the men's raw drug tested submaster 35 to 39 140 kg class, Jeff Nikolachuk. And for the men's raw untested master 40 to 44 110 kg class, Benjamin, sorry. And for the men's raw untested master 50 to 54 class 100 kg, Jody Workman. In the men's raw untested master 55 to 59 82.5 kg, in second place George Pinnell. And taking home first place in that category will be Tyler Brownfield. And for the men's raw untested open 110 kg class, in third place we got Steven Scram. In second place in that category, we got Ben Brewer. And first place is going to go to Thomas Byam. Is Ben Brewer not here? Ben Brewer? And for the men's raw untested open 125 kg class, in third place, we got Richard Bilsma. In second place, we have Chase Randall. And first place is going to go to Tristan Anderson. All right, for the men's raw untested open 140 kg class, we got Eli, gonna say your last name wrong, Maya? How do I say it? Eli? And for the men's raw untested submaster 35 to 39 90 kg class, we got Michael Woods. And for the men's raw untested submaster 35 to 39 125 kg class, we got Braden Katowski. And for the men's raw drug tested masters 70 to 74 bench only, Don Bandman. And for the men's raw drug tested master 70 to 74 bench only 100 class, Lloyd Procure. And for the men's raw drug-tested master 50 to 54 push-pull 110 class, Chad Yarmoli. And for the men's raw untested master 40 to 44 push-pull 90 class, Andrew Fath. And for the men's raw untested master 40 to 44 push-pull 140 class, Joe Owen. For the men's raw untested master 45 to 49 push-pull 110 class, Serge Lefebvre. For the men's raw untested master 50 to 54 push-pull 90 class, Greg Alberts. Must be gone. Greg Alberts, no, not here, right? Okay. Moving on to the men's raw untested master 70 to 74 push-pull 75 class, Don Bandman. For the men's raw untested open push-pull 82.5 class, Mike Alberts. For the men's raw untested master 45 to 49 deadlift only 90 class, Luke Drace. And for the men's raw untested master 65 to 69 deadlift only 90 class, Tom Brooks. And for men's raw untested master 70 to 74 deadlift only 75 class, Don Bandman. I hope those boots are made for walking. Don Bandman, you get another one, dude. Come on. And for the men's raw with wraps, drug-tested master 40 to 44 125 class, William Green. And for the men's raw with wraps untested master 40 to 44 125 class, Adam Kennedy. And the men's raw with wraps untested master 45 to 49 110 class, Jason Ouellette. And the men's raw with wraps, untested open 90 class, Shane Bernard. And the men's raw with wraps, untested open 110 class, Jason Ouellette. All right, the men's raw with wraps, untested open 125 class, Alexander Scory. And the next athlete won these next two categories. So for the men's single-ply drug-tested master 50 to 54 110 class, and the men's single-ply drug-tested open 110 class, Ronald Hagen. All right, moving into the final three awards now, the overalls. For the men's master overall winner, Jason Ouellette. Moving on to the best overall male tested category. Winner is Kevin Dixon. Congratulations, Kevin. And last but not least, the best overall male of the day goes to Alex Scory. All right, that's going to wrap things up here for the 2025 Pirates of the Platform. Got a round of applause for all the athletes here today. Thank you all for coming out. And a round of applause for the platform crew as well, volunteers, all the sponsors. Thank you for making these events possible. And I hope to see you all back next year. Everybody take care and get home safe.